I think it's safe to rest here now.
We've reached our destination.
You better not come back! Got it?
Finally. If only we could have... flown with the wind to get here fast. Faster.
Hey!
Pretty fancy place they got here.
There's no way this isn't a trap.
Your guest, my lord.
Thank you, Kisara. You're the wielder of the blazing sword, the liberator of Calaglia. You do dress humbly for someone of such grandeur. But where are my manners? I am the ruler of Elda Menencia. I'm Lord Dohalim Ilkaris.
If you know who we are, then you know how strange it is to invite us into your palace.
I thought I'd clear up your misconceptions before things could escalate. What do you say? You did come here to defeat me, did you not?
Perhaps, and what if we did? Are you planning to fight us here?
I don't think that will be necessary. After all, I imagine you've taken in a fair amount of his scent by this point. Have you come across even one slave being abused? Soldiers killing for sport? Suffering of any form? I would hazard that you have not. For I have liberated Menencia from its suffering and brought joy to its people. But if these results are not enough to stay your sword... commend you for your boldness, but it won't work on me. Still, your would-be assassination cannot go unpunished.
Alphen!
Fair enough. Allow me to host you for dinner. We shall continue our talk then. Kelzelik,
Yes, my lord.
please escort our guests if you would be so kind.
As you wish, sire.
That's what you get for being so careless.
What I get? What were you thinking attacking him on your own?
What are you upset about? Our whole goal is supposed to be overthrowing the lords. Remember?
He could have been hurt.
And it wouldn't have been the first time either. What's gotten into you?
Hey, you do know that Alphen is really just worried about you, right?
He's worried?
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. But maybe not.
It pains me to see that Renan cuisine isn't to your liking. I asked my chefs to prepare only the finest delicacies available. 2 wasted opportunities.
Why did you set the Danans here free when you took over?
But you are mistaken. You see, I may rule single-handedly, but on my own, even I cannot change the order of things. But what is within my power is the welfare of the people, the fostering of a mutual respect among the classes. This I can change.
Sounds a lot like the Danans are still oppressed, if you ask me.
Only in the sense they continue to serve as laborers, yes. However, I assure you they are fairly compensated for their efforts. This harmony we strive for is the current pinnacle of Renan-Danan coexistence.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Danans.
What about the crown contest? This doesn't exactly make you a shoo-in.
And yet, the Danans here are even more productive than when they used to face daily lashings. In any case, the crown contest is of little importance to me, and even less to Elda Menencia. You see, I have no interest in becoming sovereign. Stop this! Please! It's over! Stop!
How could you? I swear,
It is not by choice that one assumes the throne of a realm. But sovereign is a different matter entirely. I have no interest in playing their game.
Are you saying you'll withdraw from the contest?
I guess if you don't plan to ascend the throne, there's not much reason to harvest energy from Danans, is there?
Let the ambitious fight it out amongst themselves. Spare me your answer. I care not for your reasons. Suffice it to say, I will not impede you. That said, should you threaten the peace of my realm, I will respond. I suggest you conclude your business and leave Menancia at your earliest convenience. Kelzelik. Our guests depart. Please see to their lodgings for the night.
I shall arrange for rooms for you all at a local inn. It is a short ways down the road. You may stay there for the night, after which I suggest you promptly make your departure.
Damn, look at how ritzy this place is. How many rooms do you think it's got?
Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed? They could strike at any moment.
If they were going to attack us, they would have done it already.
So you're the blazing sword of Colaglia now, huh? Come to think of it, I remember Ganabel calling you that too.
Yeah, you're getting to be pretty famous among the lords.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing either.
What do you mean? That's something you should be proud of, if anything, Alphen. They're scared of you, man. You're a real badass.
It's not as simple as that, Law. The more well-known he is, the more people might come after him.
No, that's not what I'm worried about.
It isn't?
When people call me that, it feels like there's something hanging over me that shouldn't be there. It's hard to put into words, but it's something that doesn't feel like a part of me. Something I can't let be a part of me. Or else.
Well, I still think it's pretty amazing, but that's just me.
I think Hoodle's hungry.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
What's this thing?
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle? Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies! Whoa! What is this place? The shelves here are filled with books! Not just Renin books either. There are tons of Danon ones too!
Rinwell, I get that you're excited, but you've got more important things to worry about right now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Do you really think we should trust accommodations from a Renan Lord? How do we know it's safe?
Like we have any other choice. We can't go and set up camp outside of town at this hour.
Honestly, I'd still take that over staying here. What if they try to kill us in our sleep?
I doubt that's the case. His best chance to kill us would have been back at the palace. His true intentions aside, for now, at least we're in his good books.
Then we probably shouldn't test his patience. Let's find that inn and check in.
Interesting. All we ever got was a tattered blanket, a rock-hard bed, and well past its prime food.
What are you talking about?
What we got for our slave labor back in Calaglia. As you can tell, it wasn't much at all. Here, the Danans get the same basic amenities, but the quality is way better than anything we were given. Hell, apparently they even get time off to do what they want. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure how to take all this in.
Could it be that things were simply harsher in Calaglia compared to everywhere else?
It was the same in Cislodia, too. Our buildings and clothing were equipped to handle the cold, but that was the only difference. Working the floodlights was a form of punishment, so we didn't really get rewarded for anything that we did.
Yeah, you could be assigned to fix food or make daily necessities too, but when all was said and done, most of that stuff went to the Renans. There wasn't much in the way of compensation for any of that, so I'd say that Cislodia and Calaglia were both pretty awful.
Then Elda Menancia really is unusual.
To say the least. Hell, I might even go so far as to call it crazy. But the fact remains, Danans aren't free here.
Yeah, no matter how happy they look, they're still slaves.
I don't even know what to think right now. This is all way too much to deal with. It's giving me a headache. So that was Lord Dohalim, huh? He sure is something. Definitely not like the other lords we've met up until now.
At first, he sounded like just some snobby royal, but he immediately shut down Shion's surprise attack. He's tougher than he looks.
Definitely. After all, he's a lord for a reason.
The food was pretty damn good, too.
Why are you two complimenting him? You just said it yourself, Alphen. He's a Renan Lord.
Yeah, but he didn't act hostile towards us.
You're reading him wrong. He's acting indifferent. He's attempting to keep some distance between himself and everyone else. It's obvious.
What are we going to do then? Vicent seems to be legit peaceful. Are we just gonna do as he says and leave things be?
I'm not entirely sure. For now, I think it would be best for us to rest at the inn and think about our options.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Finally. If only we could have flown.
Welcome, fair travelers. Lord Dohalim's retainer told us to expect you. It is an honor for you to stay with us. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
This is better than I expected.
Hmm?
The room. It's nice.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It is pretty nice.
You okay, La? You're a million miles away.
Nah, it's weird. I felt strange ever since we arrived here. Can't seem to shake it. Maybe it's something about this place.
You're just tired. I'm feeling pretty sluggish myself.
You too?
Seriously, you two? A word to the wise, our work here is far from over. Get yourselves together.
Sorry, but I need to call it a day. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and see where things go from there. Sound good?
Sure, but keep an eye out for anything strange, okay? We still don't know how safe this place really is. Are you two feeling any better?
Yeah, a good night's sleep seems to have done the trick.
I wonder why we felt so out of it. You think it might have been because of all the food we ate?
You don't think they slipped something into our food, do you? That must be it.
If they were making an attempt on our lives, we'd know it by now. Though, on the other hand, they could be warning us off.
Come to think of it, you didn't eat anything at the meal, Rinwell. Aren't you starving?
Oh, I made myself something later.
You missed out. That was some mighty fancy grub they served yesterday.
What? And give the enemy a chance to poison me too? Are you crazy?
What's the big deal? Shion ate it too, remember? And we both tried the same stuff.
Well, maybe they laced it with poison that's only harmful to Danins,
That's enough, Rinwell.
A cat? Where'd it come from?
There's something on its collar. Hold on a sec.
I think it's trying to lead us somewhere.
I'm gonna follow it.
Hey! Where do you think you're going? There it is!
Stay close. We're gonna lose it.
What's gotten into you, Law?
This might be the lead we've been waiting for.
Seriously?
Yeah, some people train animals to act as messengers. They don't attract attention, see?
And you think that someone might be using that cat? To reach out and send us a message or something?
I could be wrong, but it's possible.
I'm impressed. I would never have thought of that.
I should know. We used to use them in Cyslodia.
She's... so adorable.
You say something?
So, that black cat, do you think it works for someone?
I'm sure it does. It wouldn't try to lead us around like that if somebody didn't train it to.
I wouldn't know. I've never had one myself. If I did, it'd probably try to eat poor Hoodle.
I wonder who they are, though. I doubt this is Dohalim's work.
Yeah, he has no reason to do this. Although we can't rule out that it might be one of his lackeys either.
You think one of his subordinates is up to something?
That Dohalim guy is a pretty unusual character for a Renin, let alone for a lord. It's hard for me to imagine that they all agree with what he's doing. Maybe one of them plucked up the courage to go rogue.
Well, let's head further in. I'd like to figure out at least one of the mysteries of this place.
Where do you think it's trying to lead us?
Who knows? We should hurry. We don't want to lose it.
Whoever came up with this is pretty damn clever.
Yeah, it just looks like an ordinary cute cat.
We lost sight of the cat.
After the chase it's led us on, there's gotta be something up ahead.
Let's go farther in.
I get that underground forests aren't exactly something you see every day. I really could have done without any Zeugles running around.
You said it. I get the city up top surrounded by castle walls, but now I won't be able to sleep easy knowing they're lurking underneath.
You have nothing to fear. Zeugles work for the Renans. There might be strays out here, but the other Zeugles won't let them get close.
Using Zeugles to keep watch over their own kind, huh? That would explain why we're not seeing any guards.
Yeah, which makes it that much easier for someone to hide around here, too.
Ah! Sorry, Shion. My foot slipped. Are you all right?
I should be asking you. What am I saying? Of course you're okay. It's easy to forget sometimes. If anybody else had been in your place, they'd be howling right about now.
Huh? Oh, right. You mean your thorns. Yeah, I'm, no worse for wear over here. Again, sorry for brushing you like that without warning.
Well, just be careful. Hey, Alphen?
Hmm?
Forget it. It's nothing. I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, okay.
What's with those two? This will be a delicious piece of cake. Really getting shiny supernova. Sweet now.
This one's gonna be tough.
Dragon Swarm!
Raging cascade.
Explosive ring!
Shiny supernova. Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more
Now, cut them a...
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Get lost.
Here I come! This one's all mine! Ignite! Come and face me! Dragon Swarm!
It's over. Are your arms even natural?
Explosive ring! My turn!
Lightning orb.
Rising Phoenix!
I'm all set up. Hands in the
Sword
wind.
Rain Alpha!
Air thrust. Here's a raging cascade.
Dragon Swarm!
Fantastic. Great. Amazing. Shut up, Law. I'm trying to focus.
I'm trying to be nice.
I'm ready for the next battle.
The reason the trees around here are so big is because of astral energy, right?
It's possible, but give them enough time and trees can get pretty big on their own without any extra help. Get lost!
Here I come!
Raging cascade!
Try this! Explosive ring!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop me dying?
Sword Rain Alpha! I'm knocked out! Here I come! Try harder!
You're thinning them out.
More like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed.
There's more where that came from. Go no further! Lightning and down! Thunderblade! Whatever you do, just stay away from the force! Do they not get toasty?
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Already on!
I think I'm getting stronger.
An opponent like this should be easy. Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. We got flyers.
I've got it! Let a marksman have it. You know,
All
it
yours.
really makes me realize.
Makes you realize what?
Maybe thinking too much gets in the way.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart.
Like we're gonna lose to...
Here's a healing.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Nice one, Alphin.
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining. No holding back.
This will be a piece of cake. I'll tear you apart!
You picked the wrong fight! Sword Alpha! Try this! Be still! Devastation! Rising Phoenix! Not a chance! Rising Phoenix!
I can feel my precision improving.
Careful, you don't want to fall here.
Yeah, I doubt anyone would hear if we even called for help.
I don't think people flattened into pancakes can call for help anyway.
No choice.
But they're missing.
What if they just sit still?
Do it!
Seal, can you take it? Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Only getting seen.
Rising Phoenix!
Armor won't save you!
I'll be saving
You're
you.
mine!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
moment.
Phew, what a rush. Guess I misread the landing.
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
Gotta break through!
Sword Rain Alpha! There you go!
Here I come! Dragon Force!
Did you just hear me? Yes. I need you, remember?
Right. Astral!
That's my shield.
Shut him down!
Sword Rain Alpha! We got the
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Just have to less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There's always room for improvement.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Now you see what I can do!
Try this!
Thank you. Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well done!
Dragon Swarm!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Gone! Sword Rain Alpha!
This ends now!
consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein. Something you wanted to say?
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a...
Battle.
Yes, ma'am.
Rising Phoenix! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! My turn! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Rending Blast! Do it! Lunar Ball! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I know fine weapon material when I see it. Should this really be here?
We are freaking invincible!
Alphen and the others truly are strong. What about me? This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you want?
I can't hear you. Get on in there with the others.
So much for sitting this fight out.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Everywhere you look, it's nothing but green, green, and more green.
Just like Calaglia. Rocks, rocks, and...
Come one, come all!
Into the shadows! Dance in the wind! Feel!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Rending Blast! You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Ah! It's too much! Sword Rain Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Mega Ray!
My whirlwind snap! I'm not done!
Now!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like these plants before. It's like they're an invasive species. Not that I'm surprised. Calaglia's all dry and Cyslodia is...
Watch out! Ah! The hell? Is that a Zoogle? That thing is huge! Everyone, be careful!
What? Can't these dumb plants just keep to themselves?
Less whining and more fighting, thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
Watch it. The enemy is over there.
Try this!
Here
I'm not done! You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Thank you. Hey, that... Now see that you don't get in trouble again.
Yeah. Can't get close enough to hit the main body.
Let's start by taking out the tentacles.
Lunar Rondo!
Saving this.
Rising Phoenix!
Getting started. Here I go.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Just getting started.
Air thrust. Healing dragon.
Now I can let loose!
Dance in the wind. Feel. Let's get you all tucked away. Dragon shell. Magic is on.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Saving this one.
Rising Phoenix!
Will this
Sword Rain Alpha!
We got the advantage.
Good. Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Raw's on.
Hey, that...
Dragon Shell! Sword Rain Alpha!
Air thrust.
Dragon Shell! Sword Rain Alpha!
Air thrust.
Blending Blast! Blending Tear! Rising Phoenix!
Dance in the wind. Let me have air thrust.
You picked the wrong fight! Thanks!
Light Astral energy. Raging cascade. I'm only getting started.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Dance in the
Blending
wind.
Blast!
Air thrust.
All finishing! Sword Rain Alpha! Blending Blast! More Sucrals?
Keep calm and take them down. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
I'll finish you here and now!
Dance in the wind.
Sword Rain
You are in
Alpha!
tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more playing.
Cut them apart here.
Hey, wait for Raw!
Try harder! Lightning! Dragon Sword! Try this!
Dance in the wind.
Explosive Ray!
Eagle Dawn.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Dance in the wind.
Blending Blast!
Air
Blending
thrust.
Thrust!
Okay.
Not in your dreams.
Sword Rain Alpha! I'm on it! Try harder!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Sword Rain Alpha!
We're thinning them out.
Please, more like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slightly.
Devastation! Rising Phoenix!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Everyone okay?
I'm starting to get that it's a trap feeling again, guys.
We'll just pray you're wrong. Hey, there's that cat.
Looks like it's not done leading us yet.
I can feel my precision improving.
I hate camping out.
Should we really be lighting a campfire in the middle of a forest?
You scared of starting a fire? As long as we put it out thoroughly afterwards, we'll be fine. Really, it's a good thing to have a fire here. It'll keep the Zoogles away.
Have you both forgotten what we've come out here to do?
I'll let them relax, Shion. It's good to unwind every now and again.
If you say so.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Shouldn't you be resting?
I wanted to talk with you for a bit.
I don't really want to talk right now.
Right. I'll, stop bothering you then.
I didn't say you were bothering me. Sorry. Don't take it personally. I'm just not used to being around other people, so I don't really know how to chit-chat.
Well, for a start, you let your guard down a little. Hey, here's the thought. What if you tell me about your childhood?
What with my thorns and all, I didn't really have one. Not to speak of, anyway. Although, I guess I did have one friend.
Who was it?
A really old doll.
Oh.
When I was a little girl, the doll was the only thing I could touch and hold without worrying about my thorns hurting it. I would do things like dress it up or sit it on my lap when I was eating. The two of us were practically inseparable.
Can I ask something?
Is it about the fact that I played with dolls?
No, it isn't. I only wanted to ask who gave you the doll in the first place.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where is it now?
I had to leave it behind when I left Lenegus. I didn't have a choice. Most likely it's long gone at this point.
I think it's time we go to sleep.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
This had better not all be for nothing.
Somehow I doubt it'll be a wasted trip.
Really? Whatever you say, I guess. Let's follow.
You know, for a guard, you're not too good at tailing people. Not to brag, but this kind of thing is my specialty.
So it really is you. When Law told us, I almost didn't believe it.
I'm just surprised you could do two things at once, Law.
What's that supposed to mean?
It looks like somebody needs to be put in their place.
The one time I wanted to resolve things peacefully. What the hell? I thought you wanted us to leave!
You'll never make me talk.
Not helpful. In fact, you're pretty damn stubborn, you know that?
Ignite!
Why'd you kill me?
To stop you dying?
Where are you going?
Dragon Swarm!
They're not playing around.
Split it open!
Be my guest!
Feel like me.
Anything in armor is all on!
Get on in there with the others.
Here,
Condemned.
now I'm in the clear!
One more time. Art shield.
Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
Shining supernova.
Run you through! You're mine! It's over!
Here I go.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Into the shadows.
Dragon Swarm! Try harder! This one's all mine!
Eagle
Dragon Swarm!
Here.
Try now!
Raging cascade.
Exclusive ring!
Armor won't save you!
Sword Rain Alpha! Take this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Now I'm in the clear!
Burn!
Shining supernova.
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Tear!
Dance in the wind.
Exclusive ring!
I never miss. Air thrust. Light activation. First
You're
aid.
mine! You're finished! I'm on Sword Rain Alpha! Rending Blast!
Raging storm. Healing circle.
So much for sitting this fight out.
Raging
Ready to be silly.
water. Hear my call.
Dragon
The
Swarm!
enemy is going all out.
Carve through anything!
Exclusive ring! I'm on Sword Rain Alpha!
There you are.
You're mine! You're finished!
Mega ray.
Now I'm in the groove!
Lightning condemned. By the
Eagle Fly!
By the power of water. Gale force.
It's on!
Storm. Here, let me help.
Explosive ring!
Shining supernova. By the power of water.
Oh, and take it!
Aqua.
Whirlwind Sword Rain Alpha!
Shining supernova. I feel the wall.
Dragon Swarm!
Whirlwind shining circle.
Talon Storm!
Now you see what I can do!
Now,
River!
astral energy.
Say no more! What's your deal, huh? Did Dohalim put you up to this? You send us away and then come to finish us off? I don't buy it.
I wonder. We came here following a black cat. What reason could you have for tagging along? Certainly not as a spy.
You think she might have business with whoever called us out here?
And even if she did, I highly doubt she was trying to keep us from harm. Am I wrong? Just who was it that led us out here? Answer me.
Are you serious?
Hold your horses. I'm the one who summoned you all here.
Well, maybe not all. Nice of you to drop by, Kisara. It's been a while.
You two know each other?
Hello, brother.
So, you're the big heroes who liberated Calaglia and Cislodia, huh? It's an honor to meet you all.
We didn't do it all on our own. We had a lot of support from others along the way.
So, wait. Kisara's your sister?
Yep, that she is. The only family I have left. She was the dreamer of the two of us, full of hope for the future of this realm, for both Danans and Renans alike.
For siblings, you two don't exactly look like you're on the best of terms.
That's because Miguel here is a traitor. Isn't that right? We were in the Guard together. That is, until he was caught plotting to assassinate His Excellency Lord Dohalim. He took off after that.
Is that true?
You still believe that's what happened?
I don't see why I shouldn't.
Even if the truth slapped you in the face, you'd reject it. Same as back then. Heck, even now I'm still working to serve Lord Dohalim.
More lies. You haven't changed.
Before Lord Dohalim came to power, this country was ruled by an oppressive regime. We lost both of our parents to it. Back in those days, there were countless Danan children who had been orphaned by the Renan's tyranny, just like us. So we formed our own families among ourselves and helped each other out, surviving as best we could. And then Lord Dohalim came along. He abolished the oppression that kept us down, and the Danans were treated like people again. Menancia was reborn under his watch, and orphan children became a thing of the past.
If so, then why did you betray him?
I'm not done talking. I'm sure you know the Renans are trying to harvest astral energy from us Danans.
Yes. Shion here told me that's how they decide their next sovereign.
That's right. There are 5 types of astral energy. Earth, water, fire, wind, and light. All of them are contained within every living being.
And that's the excuse they use to enslave us.
You ever wondered what happens to living beings and other matter when they lose all their astral energy?
They just die, or so I thought.
If only. See for yourselves.
What the... Is that... metal?
Not metal, but to be honest, your guess is as good as mine. I believe it's... nothing. Matter with no physical form. Just a reminder of what was once there. They call it the hollowing.
The hollowing?
The process itself is invisible to the naked eye, but it makes the impacted area reflective. Once it consumes my whole body, that's it for me. I'm dead.
What? That can't... Miguel! When were you going to...
A sinister plot is unfolding as we speak. One Lord Dohalim is likely none the wiser to. It was blind luck I even found out about it. I tried to warn the man for all the good it did. Take a look at this. It's called the Fruit of Helgen. When a Danan eats this fruit, their body enters a heightened state, one that causes them to emit more astral energy than usual.
Hold on. Could this be the reason Alphen and Law were feeling out of sorts last night after we ate with Dohalim?
Sounds like you've been introduced to these things before. None too surprising either. Most of the realm's food supply contains traces of the fruit.
If that's what we ate, does that mean we'll become hollowed like your hand?
You don't need to worry. You'd have to consume a large amount of the fruit regularly to exhibit any symptoms.
But if that's the case, then why aren't I showing any symptoms? Why would you be inflicted and not me?
If I had to guess, because the guards' meals are free of it. Otherwise, they'd risk Lord Dohalim noticing. I tried to warn him, but all it got me was locked up. They force-fed me the fruit the entire time I was in chains. It's a miracle I made it out. They eventually left me for dead, thinking I would succumb to my condition. But I survived and managed to escape.
So the assassination plot, just a cover-up?
What?
Eventually, I found others like me, and together we founded the Gold Dust Cats. Our mission is to uncover the truth and warn Lord Dohalim. As you can see, though, we haven't gotten very far in that regard. But I'm hoping that's about to change, now you're here.
Which is all thanks to your faithful feline servant.
It was a shot in the dark, but fortunately you recognized her for what she was, and Zare accomplished her mission with flying colors.
So what's our plan of attack, boss?
One of the Lord's routine inspections of the city. It's the only time commoners can talk to him face to face. That's the idea, anyway. His security is bound to be on high alert, but with you lot along, it's the best chance we're going to get to approach him.
All right, we're in. But I have to know, how do you keep going with all you've been through? How have you not given up hope?
Hey, someone has to fight for the future of the Danans here.
The future?
Lord Dohalim may be a wonderful person, but in the end, he's still a lord like any other. And lords can be replaced. Once the current contest is over, the next lord of Elda Menancia will take over. Then it'll be back to square one for all of us. That's why it's imperative Lord Dohalim sees the light.
You really believe Dohalim is going to stick his neck out for a Danan like you?
Is it so impossible to imagine? Everything begins with a simple leap of faith.
Hmm? Right.
think it's time we go to sleep.
Huh? Uh-huh. Can't sleep?
And you?
I woke up randomly and couldn't fall back asleep. I'll go back to bed once I get tired again.
How's your shoulder?
Huh? It feels a little off, but... it's fine. I'll manage.
Doesn't look like it's gotten much better. I'll give you some more healing. That should do the trick.
Hey, yeah, you're right. That feels much better. Thanks, Xion.
I've been thinking about what happened, and I was out of line. I know it takes more than a couple of bullets to bring down a lord.
Forget about it. It's fine now. We all got out of there safe, and now you've healed me up too. We're going to take down all the lords. That was the promise we made, right?
Yeah, I guess. But there was one other thing I wanted to ask you. Back at the palace, Law said you took that hit because you were worried about me. What was it you were worried about?
That's... kinda hard to explain.
Just tell me.
Well, for one, if we lost you, I wouldn't be able to use the blazing sword anymore.
Obviously.
But more important than that, I guess I just couldn't let you die. Honestly, I think that's all there is to it.
There you go saying stuff like that again. You never learn, do you? But...
Anyway, it's necessary so we can fulfill our promise, right?
Right. Glad you remember that much.
You okay? Anyway, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Sleep well. What am I doing?
I sent Kisara back to town under the cover of night.
You do realize that she was searching for you all this time, right?
I wonder why. She never could let things go, ever since we were kids. Maybe she was keeping an eye on you all because she thought you might cause trouble. I wouldn't be surprised.
Do we need to be worried about her? She could easily report us.
Even if we could have kept her here, it would have just raised more suspicion. Besides, I want to believe in her.
More leaps of faith, huh?
Once we make our move, I'll send Zare to come fetch you again. Until then, stay close and try not to wander off too far.
Guess we're waiting on word from Miguel for the time being.
Let's go out somewhere then. Twiddling my thumbs isn't my style.
I'm going with you if you are. If I let you people go unsupervised, you'd probably wind up too far out for Miguel's news to reach.
Oh, come on. We're not children.
How about you make like the rest of the city and play nice for once?
I know he said it's necessary, but are we sure Miguel's plan is a good idea?
I mean, just because we came expecting a fight doesn't mean we have to have one.
If Miguel is right about Dohalim, we may have no reason to fight. Dohalim may have found a way to build a future where Danans and Renans can live alongside each other in peace.
Yeah, I guess that may be true, but I'm still not sure about this. I just can't bring myself to trust a Renan. I really don't understand what's going through Miguel's head. And as for him and Kisara...
He said they were siblings, right? But things seemed kinda awkward between them. I was an only child, so I never had to deal with that kind of stuff.
Is their situation really that different from ours?
That's... I mean, I guess not, but...
The reality is that we don't know what's true and what isn't about Menancia yet. Until we know that for sure, let's not pass judgment one way or another, okay?
Yeah, okay. That's fair enough, I guess.
So let me ask you something, Rinwell. Hootle and Miguel's cat are both animals native to Dana, right?
Right. And Zoogles definitely aren't.
Well, duh. Those things are too hideous to be from here. Not that owls are any better.
Hmm?
Ah, ow! Ow! I take it back! I love owls! Owls are the best! I swear!
Hootle's pretty cute, I'll admit. But I've also been rather partial to cats, too. What about you, Shion?
Huh? Who? Me? Well, I guess... I like them both. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Either way, the more I think about it, I've never heard of anyone keeping Zoogles as pets.
Is it because Renans only use them for practical purposes?
Yeah, that could be the reason. They were originally created to serve as beasts of burden, so to speak.
Hey, can you guys quit standing around and get him to leave me alone? I'm begging you!
I hate camping out.
I won't forgive you!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! First strike! Here I come! Sword
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. I'll run you through! Try and form!
I can feel my power growing!
Hey, when did I get so popular?
Dragon Force! Not today! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
We are freaking invincible!
Alvin and the others truly are strong. What about me?
I got fires!
I got it! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! Sword Rain Alpha!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
An opponent like this should be easy. Blending Blast!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
That's enough!
By the power of water!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Let's dispose of the trash.
Blending Blast! Rising Phoenix! Here I come! You're finished!
You are in tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here,
Hey,
come help out.
Hey, that...
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
Go no further!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Mega Ray!
Blending
Lightning
Blast!
Orb!
Not today!
You got company!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Blending
We are freaking invincible!
Alvin and the others truly are strong. What about me?
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
Right, here goes!
I'm like bait to them!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Okay, here I go.
Here I come!
Make it evil! Here! Freeze Blade! Don't mind if I do! Eat this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
That's quite a challenge. Your father once made the same remark.
Even like that. Fantastic! Great! Amazing!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. This could be useful. Always good to be back in familiar... territory. All right. Right.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Oh, good. There you are.
You people again. You shouldn't be loitering around here. Don't force me to arrest you.
Think we've established you couldn't even if you wanted to.
What?
Law, quit it. We're not here to argue with you, Captain. We've got something to deliver to you. Here.
That's... That bracelet. Is that my brother's? Why are you giving this to me? I can't help but wonder what my brother is planning with all this.
I'm not sure. That said, I think he was being sincere about everything he told us back there. I've met a lot of good people fighting to liberate Dana. And I got the same feeling from Miguel that I did from all of them. I think we can trust him. I think you're a good person too. Otherwise you would report on us and the Gold Dust Cats, right?
What makes you think I won't?
Because Miguel trusts you. And that's enough for me to trust you too.
You're a pretty unusual guy, Alphen. Do you go around acting like that everywhere you liberate people?
What do you mean?
Sorry, forget it. It's nothing.
Okay. Anyway, I think we'll find out more about what Miguel's planning soon enough. All we can do now is wait and see what happens.
I guess so.
I guess we just wait for things to kick off.
Yeah, looks like we'll be staying at the inn another night.
Stay sharp. We're going in. We've reached our destination.
It's Zare!
Hold on. She's got something tied to her collar.
Oh, she left.
It happens tomorrow. They want us to meet in that underground quarry.
Then we should prepare while we still can. We'll spend the night here at the inn again. Well, this is it.
Yeah. What angle is the Lord gonna take?
That depends on Miguel. Let's hurry to the quarry.
Next petition! Step forward!
My lord, please hear my humble request.
Who goes there? Halt! Is that Miguel? The traitor?
Guards! Don't let them get any closer! His Excellency's life is in grave danger! Kill them all at once!
Wait!
Stay back, Your Excellency. It's too dangerous.
Enough. He cannot harm me. Nor, I think, does he intend to do so. Isn't that right, Miguel?
Indeed it is, Lord Dohalim.
I have heard many a rumor about you, but I suppose we'll have more time for those later. You have made some rather interesting friends.
He has something he wishes to show you. We are here to make sure he does.
And what could that be?
Please, my lord, you needn't give these miscreants the time of day. I shall personally...
Silence, Kelzelik. I wish to speak with them. Please, you were saying.
It's what's in there, my lord. Have you ever walked all the way through the quarry, my liege? Right to the other side?
Now that you mention it, I don't believe I have. It's a Danon medical facility of some kind, is it not?
I think you need to see for yourself, my lord. All I ask is that you witness this before you pass judgment upon me.
Then witness it I shall. Kisara? This man is your brother, correct? I would like to ask that you personally escort me while in there.
I should warn you, what lies ahead is fraught with danger. You should all take care and stay on your guard as we proceed.
Danger? What could be so dangerous about it? It's a regular workplace, isn't it?
You'll see. Please, I ask only that you trust me.
Sounds like you all need to rethink your medical facilities around here. Hospitals are supposed to be safe.
Quite. Kisara, let's see what they have to show us, shall we?
As you wish, my lord.
Your strength is appreciated. With you, we can all breathe a little easier.
I didn't realize you held my strength in such high regard.
I meant what I said before. Anyone who tries to fight you will have a hard time of it. How long have you been wielding that enormous shield?
Ever since my first job as a guardsman. Our duty was to stop any attack dead in its tracks, then take all that momentum and turn it right around to smash the attacker.
But why bother blocking in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to just dodge the attack and hit back immediately?
Try doing that when you've got someone standing behind you that you need to protect. This shield is a symbol of our conviction as guardsmen. Every time we successfully block an attack, our fighting spirit only grows stronger.
So what you're saying is that, unlike Law, you can actually take a hit.
I'm right here!
This area right here is where the real Heart of Darkness used to lie in Menancia. It wasn't unusual for the holes we dug in this earth to become our graves, and for the stones we mined to serve as our tombstones.
That's right. I can remember it so clearly. I remember how the adults used to describe this place. Like it was setting foot in the gaping maw of a monster. But anyway, that's all history now.
It is. All the bloodstains on the rocks, the still air, the constant stench of death. We're very lucky that it's all in the distant past. The smell of sweat and debris still hangs in the air. But at least now the Danans of Menancia can live with joy in their hearts. And it's you that we have to thank for this, Lord Dohalim. We would never have come so far if it wasn't for you.
Magal, why bring all of this up now? What exactly is the point?
I just wanted to remind us. I think it's important that we remember how precious the rights we enjoy under his lordship's grace truly are.
But I still don't get why...
You'll understand soon enough. For now, I simply want you to keep what I've said in mind as we continue our journey.
It's teeming with Zeugles. Are they kept here as some kind of deterrent?
Not that I know of. This is where the spirit vessel is housed, so it's no place for beasts. What's going on? Where are all the laborers?
You're the only one who doesn't seem in the least bit surprised. Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us?
All in due course, my lord. But first, just a little bit further. Once we reach our destination, everything will become clear soon enough.
Fine. As you wish.
I noticed your shield just appears out of nowhere whenever you need to use it, just like Shion and her gun.
Does it use the same Renin transferal technology too? Don't you need astral energy in order to use that?
You do. Obviously, I can't cast arts myself, but I'm equipped with a device that has the necessary energy charged into it. As long as I'm using the device, I can call forth my shield whenever I like.
Equipment charged with astral energy isn't all that rare.
So basically, there's nothing special about Renin technology that prevents Danans from using it?
No. But as you might expect, normally they'd never be given any of it in the first place.
It's not as if just anybody gets to have it here. You need to earn Lord Dohalim's trust before you're allowed access to it.
What makes you so sure he's not bribing you?
Rinwell.
I'm just being honest. It's not normal.
I can understand why you'd be skeptical. However, Elda Menancia truly has transformed and evolved from the sort of realm it once was.
Yes, she's right. And that's exactly why I...
Miguel?
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll explain more once we arrive at our destination.
Wow.
If you're being charged, give me a shout. Right. Thanks for the help. You're mine! Didn't work! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you!
Eat this! Solid hurricane! Equal Dance in the wind! In here! Here's the lightning attack! Thunderblast! Here's the evil!
First strike! Here I come! Clear threat! I'm on! There you are! That freaking does it! Try harder! Not four! Sword Rain Alpha!
It's weakened!
This ends now!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Not a chance! Dragon Shout! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Swallow! Dance! Sword Rain Alpha!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
No choice.
Glacial Spear! Evil! Sleep now! Freeze Lantern!
Take
this!
Take Sword Rain Alpha!
Flying
Freeze!
Make it right!
Why can't they just sit still? Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Big one's mine! Light Astral! That's it! Where are you going? Tiger Blade! This is it!
Sword Rain Alpha!
One more! Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha!
We managed to pull through.
All right.
I didn't know you could use arts like that.
Yeah, but still, what's with that smoke and these Zoogles around here?
This is...
No more playing nice!
Are those rockers? Sword Rain Alpha! No chance! Get a word! Let's go! Sword Rain Alpha! Carve through one!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Take it! You're mine! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Looks like we got them all.
How long have they been mining this place out?
Since before I was born. Or so they tell me. Probably for decades.
That long? I'm impressed the place has never caved in during all that time.
I won't forgive you! Not in your dreams! It's a duel of the arts!
Sword Rain Alpha! My turn! Here I come! Got fire!
I've got this! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
And that's my will!
This way! You escape!
Pour it out!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Hi, Hoodle! Water! Far enough! Spread! Here's the ear! Tiger! The bigger they are, the harder they fall! Weak point! Dragon Force! I'll be hitting! Look sharp! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. My
Raising
turn.
my stage!
Strike!
I never miss! In here!
Sword Blade Alpha!
Arch
Try
spear!
this!
Do it! Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Out of our way!
Sword Blade Alpha! Try this!
Healing circle!
Blending Blast!
Cascading!
Thanks! One more!
Tiger Blade!
Take this!
More where that came from!
Sword Blade Alpha!
Power of one!
Make your blade!
Take this! Thunder Blade!
This one on time!
That's it!
Sword Blade
Now!
Alpha!
Tiger Blade! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'm practically unstoppable.
Hi, Hoodle!
To me!
Take this!
Try
Try this! Let's Sword Blade Alpha!
Tiger Blade! First aid!
You picked the wrong fight!
For the weak point!
Sword Blade Alpha!
Tiger Blade!
Blending Blast!
Do it! Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance!
Arch
Lunar Rondo!
This one's mine! Thunder Blade!
Rising Phoenix! My turn!
Healing Circle!
I'm practically unstoppable.
Lungo! My turn!
Going in!
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Sword Rain Alpha!
Make it break!
That's all mine!
One more! Here I go! Let's go! More for the stockpile!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Out of our way!
Fluid Gate!
I'm gone! Burning! One more! Here we go!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm gone!
I can carve through armor!
Let's go!
You're mine! This isn't looking good.
Let me help!
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging Cascade!
Blending Flash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn! Sword Rain Alpha! Blending Flash!
Do it! Clear! Frozen!
Hammer!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Right, here goes!
This one's mine!
Eat dirt! Dragon Ball! Try this!
Here goes! Tiger Blade!
Take this! Aim for the weak spot! Sword Rain Alpha! Blending Flash! Make it rain! Fall it freely!
Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
I'm practically unstoppable. This place is a lot more complicated than I expected. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
Here's a healing art!
Glacier
Spear! Here's the E-Seal!
Here I come!
Going in!
Make it rain! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn! You're mine!
Nothing gets by me!
Luna Longo! Not a chance!
Healing Circle!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
you!
Denied! Tiger Blade! Freeze Laser! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Tiger Blade!
Here's evil.
I don't have much left.
This works.
Here I come! One more! Sword Blade Alpha!
Do it, going in! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I've used a bit too much healing.
There.
Are you on alert for your brother? You needn't worry so much. He's not the type of man to act rashly.
Right.
There.
Little help! Let me help! I never miss!
It's over!
On guard! Now! Tiger Blade! Here goes! Mega Ray!
Take this! Sword Blade Alpha!
Geo! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
I'll heal you all.
Astral Art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Take this! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! No, you can't!
Tiger Blade! Take your break! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Seems about right to me. Let's dispose of the trash. Going in. Here's a healing arc. Going in. First aid. Here comes. Where are you going? This is it. Here it goes. Do it.
You're mine!
Tiger Blade.
This one's all mine!
No. Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Looks like we've arrived.
This is the way to the medical facility, right?
You'll see. Let's keep going.
So there really is an underground lake here. Tell me, where is the medical facility?
It's not here. In fact, it never even existed in the first place.
But I've seen people carried in here with my own eyes. Where could they have all gone?
The answer is right in front of you. You need but open your eyes.
What do you mean?
Are you trying to say that they all drowned in this lake?
No. They're just what you see before you. What's left when matter ceases to be matter. Perhaps the scale is throwing you off. Let me show you what I'm getting at.
What?
No way. It can't be.
So then, this entire lake is...
Yes. All this is the hollowing.
I still don't follow, Miguel. What happened to your hand? And what is this hollowing you speak of?
This is what I wanted to show you, my lord. When a life form's drained of its astral energy, its physical form breaks down completely, a death leaving no physical remains. All that's left is a reflective substance, the only proof that matter once existed at all. That hollowing is the substance that fills this lake.
This whole lake. How many people? How many Danans?
You actually expect me to believe all that? That an astral arts illiterate Danon would know of this unseen atrocity? And that I, a Renan lord, would have no knowledge?
I have one last piece of evidence, Lord Dohalim. This is a Fruit of Helgen. The cause of all of this.
What are you doing, Miguel?
Here is your proof, my lord. Proof of the bounds of your knowledge. Proof of the countless Danon deaths under your watch. No, they were not merely deaths. Those Danons were completely erased. And now, the only testament is that lake of hollowing.
Miguel!
Someone close to you is behind all of this. This person is amassing huge amounts of astral energy. You have to stop them. You're the only one who can prevent Menancia from returning to the living hell that it was once before. I beg you, for the future of the utopia you have created, please stop them. Don't let your dream die just as it's become a reality.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I...
Miguel! Miguel! Miguel!
Forgive me, Kisara. I'm sorry. It was the only way I could open his eyes. I didn't have much time left anyway. Please, help our Lord Dohalim to make our greatest dream a reality.
Miguel! Miguel!
Stop! Stop! That voice! Make it stop!
What is this? His master core's going berserk!
Hear my call!
You're mine! Push up! Dragon Form!
Tiger Blade!
Rock is huge!
Watch out, everyone!
Crossblade! Into the wind!
Here I come!
This one, keep out! Take this! Tiger Blade! Only getting started!
Solar Red Alpha! Not today! It's okay! Solar Red Alpha! I'll smash you! Try harder! Rongo!
Tiger Blade! Healing Circle!
Try harder! Not yet! Rising Phoenix!
Ready to go!
You're mine!
Healing
It's
Circle!
over!
Here goes!
This one's all mine! Thanks!
Going in! You're on! Anything in order is all mine! Tiger Blade! Here's evil!
Ignite!
Sleep now! This one's mine! Tiger Blade! Glacial Spear! I'll never miss!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Over?
I'll be safe.
Look out for the chart!
Nothing gets through me. Inside quick.
Blending Flash!
Now we see what I can do. Saving this one.
My turn!
Hormones were interrupted.
That's it.
Please!
Tiger
Solar
Blade.
Red Alpha! Lightning Thrust!
Here I am.
Solar Red Alpha!
Here I come.
Far enough.
Take this!
No further.
He stopped moving! Get it now!
Please forgive me.
Tiger Blade. Here's a healing arm.
Explosive ring! Ignite!
Tiger Blade. Here's the
Blending Flash!
Anything in order.
You'll pay for that!
Dance in the wind.
Try harder!
Bring you back from
Not
the
yet.
line. Here's a healing arm.
Solar Red Alpha!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Hear me, flame of fury.
Take this!
Going in.
Dragon
One
Form!
more. Here's Tiger Blade in the wind.
Explosive ring!
Tiger Blade. Healing circle. Take this. Tiger Blade.
Solar Red Alpha!
Tiger Blade. Here. I'll be saving you. This one's mine! On guard!
Sleep now.
I can handle it! Look sharp!
You're mine! Dragon
Anything in armor is all mine!
Stay away from my friend!
Hear my call! Here's evil!
Dragon form! Not today! Is this it?
I can carve through armor! Lord Dohalim!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Strike!
Are you all right? What was that just now? I understand this is a lot for you to take in, but Miguel trusted you.
Impossible. I have no such power. Truth be told, I never wanted this. I never wanted to be a lord. However, competing for a position in the crown contest was required of me, and in the process, I took the life of a dear friend. The life I took and the bloodshed, the hatred that it earned me. It was far more than I could ever bear. But the screams and tears of the slaves, they would reawaken my memories of that day. The memories of my friend's scream, and the tears of the one who mourned him. I couldn't take it any longer. I didn't want to remember.
So that's it? That's the real reason you freed the Danans? Just so you wouldn't have to listen to their screams?
Wait. So everything you've done...
Precisely. It was simply to distance myself from all the pain and death, all for my own selfish ends. And if it made everyone happy in the process, well, then that was just an added benefit. Or perhaps I truly did believe in those ideals at one point. But living up to them was never my aim.
Impossible. Your dream of coexistence? The ideals that you always championed? So you're saying that everything you stood for? You're saying it was all just a self-obsessed lie? Tell me it isn't true, Lord Dohalim. Because my brother believed in you in your dream!
Forgive me.
So this is who you really are?
Stop!
Let go! Let me go! Let me go!
It's enough, Kisara!
Let go!
Stop!
I'll tear him apart! I swear
Are you trying to ignore your brother's dying wish? He entrusted you with his dream!
Just kill me. I'm nothing. I am but a shell of a man now. I'm just a pitiful coward who shrank from his duties. I would only ask that you make it quick.
This man? This is the person my brother died for. And for what? For what? I need you to get out of my sight right now. Go, before I change my mind!
Are you feeling any better?
Yeah, a little. Thanks.
What are we gonna do now?
I still have unfinished business with Dohalim.
He's a world away from the Lord Balsef was. There's no need for us to fight him, Shion.
In case you've forgotten,
Guys! I think something's going on outside.
Kisara! There you are!
What's happening?
Kelzelik has started an insurrection. He's driving all of the Danans out of the palace.
What? Has he lost his mind? What about Lord Dohalim?
We don't know where he is, Captain. We thought maybe you would.
No, I don't. I haven't seen him since we were inside the quarry.
Damn. Well, either way, I wouldn't go near the palace. Any suspected Renan sympathizers are being arrested on sight. This whole thing is a powder keg about to explode. Best prepare for the worst.
I guess not all of the Renans here like the idea of coexisting with the Danans after all.
So this is it. This is the real Menancia.
Are you giving up?
On what? This realm is already finished. It perished along with my brother's dream.
That's a shame. And I guess all the people who believed in that dream are on their own out there, aren't they? Not all of the Renan sided with Kelzelik. There's still hope, Kisara. Your brother's dream is only dead when there's nobody left who believes in it. Am I wrong?
You're right. I'm going to the palace. I need to see what's happening there with my own eyes. What are you all doing?
I thought it was pretty clear. We're coming with you.
I appreciate the thought, really. But there's no need for you all to get involved in this.
Dohalim said it himself, right? All of us. We're liberators.
Thank you.
Will things be okay in the city?
I'm concerned about that as well. But for now, let us get to the palace.
Right. We'd best clamp down on things at the source before they get out of control.
The fact the enemy's holding themselves up tells me they're not exactly happy to see us.
Then we'd better go in prepared for whatever welcome we get. you guys checked your equipment lately?
We have to stop Sir Kelzelik.
Don't you think it's about time you drop the sir?
He always treated us Danans with such warmth and kindness. Did he have such bad intentions all along? I just can't bring myself to believe it.
Forget about intentions. We should assume he's the one who's behind all these incidents. It's not surprising to me that there are Renans in Menancia who resent Dohalim, but I didn't expect one would be so close to him.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I guess all of us here in Menancia are still some way off from being a truly united realm, aren't we?
Are you going to be okay, Kisara?
I don't know, but I definitely don't want things to end like this. Please, lend me your strength.
Of course. Anyone who tries to oppress others is our enemy, and we'll gladly stand against them. Besides, I want to believe that this realm really can do better too.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
I thought we'd see fighting throughout the city, but it's dead quiet.
Either Dohalim's allies have been arrested, or they're keeping a low profile.
Meaning... the rebels are occupying the palace? Then let's hurry up and kick those bastards out. This place is awfully quiet for a siege palace.
Such a huge place is spooky without all those people here.
They're probably waiting to ambush us.
With so few Renans here, I guess this is what it's like when the Danans are expelled and the ruling minority are all that's left. My money's on them using Zeugles to even the odds.
I don't even see any Danan guardsmen.
The fact that they're not at their stations tells me they really have been driven out. We all swore an oath of loyalty to Lord Dohalim. My fellow guards wouldn't abandon their post lightly.
Speaking of which, where the heck is he?
How could this be happening?
Any idea where we should go in the main building?
Let's try the Lord's chamber.
Worth a shot.
Hey Law, you can bust that wall open, can't you?
Well, let's give it a try and find out!
You sure about that? From what I hear, that thing can stop even a cannonball.
On second thought, let's see if there's a release mechanism somewhere.
Kisara, do you have any idea just what Kelzelik might be planning at the palace?
It's hard to say. I've never seen him use any powerful arts, and I don't think he's particularly skilled with any weapons either. However, I have noticed him accompanied by something strange from time to time.
What kind of strange?
I don't know. I couldn't see anything with him, but I could sense something was there. Probably some sort of Zeugle.
An invisible Zeugle?
We'd better be careful in any case. I'd rather we not find out after it jumps us and tries to rip our throats out.
That's far enough! Take that!
It got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Split it open! All yours!
Art steel!
I'm not done!
This is it! Where are you going?
Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! My turn! Take this! You're finished! An Astral?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! It's over! Anything in armor is all mine! Burn it down! I owe you one! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Now! Take this! You're finished! I can carve through armor! By Steel Rain Alpha! We did it!
Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! Not a chance! I'm not...
Or for the stockpile!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Little help!
Getting started!
So much...
talking now. See what I can do. Here's my shield.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Get lost!
It's weakened!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I owe you one. Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
No choice. Engaging! I'm going in. Bring him down! Sword lane out! Mission!
Onward and upward.
Gotta break through! Now you'll learn! This one's all mine! Sword lane out!
Let me help. You'll pay for what you did.
Try this!
Water, clear my mind. Here's the way.
Sword lane
Freeze
out!
Lancer. On guard.
Here I come! Sword lane alpha!
Glacial Spear. Here's the evil.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Out of our way!
Engaging! Burn it out! Sword lane out!
Take this!
Bring him down!
Make it break!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn! No escape!
Going in!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you. Shion.
Go, no first! Hard up!
Dragon Force! Try this!
Fire support!
Bring him down!
Do it! Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Not a chance! Its armor so strong that I'll split it up! Be my guest!
I'll be saving this one.
Sword lane alpha!
So what is Mahag-Sar exactly?
One of the 5 realms of Dana. From the sound of it, Kelzelik had some dealings with them.
Hi, Hoodle! Engaging! One more! Tiger Blade! Locked and loaded!
Try harder! Not a chance!
You'll have nowhere to support!
Bring them down! Blending Blast! Refill!
One more!
Lunarondo! Mold down! Dragon Swarm! Go for it! Not a chance!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
An opponent like this should be easy. Try harder! My turn! Sword Rain Alpha! Blending Blast!
Watch for their ranged attack. Far enough.
Feel! Going in! That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Here's evil! Frozen!
Hammer.
Air thrust!
Any injuries?
Right.
Right.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Let's dispose of the trash.
I'll smash you! Eat this! Now, it's really!
Take him down!
I won't show you any mercy!
Frozen!
Hammer.
I'll be saving this one!
Try this!
Where are you going?
Looks like we won.
I think this is a key to the noble room of the castle.
A noble what?
The room at the northern end of this floor. Maybe the release mechanism is in there.
have you!
Engaging!
They really don't give up, do they? I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! You're mine! Devastation! Take this!
Going in! Fire in the hole! Mine!
Rising Falcon!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Is that some kind of note the rebels left?
Hey, it mentions the release mechanism we're looking for. But
This isn't enough to go on. Look, another note from the rebels.
if we combine it with the note we found before, then there should be a key inside a cabinet in the office.
Great. Let's see if we can find it. Even if Danans and Renans aren't on completely equal footing here, both sides still cared about each other. And now we have to fight some of those same Renans inside the palace.
Don't forget, we're here fighting to keep what makes this realm so special alive. Don't lose hope, Kisara.
That's far enough!
Down! You're mine!
I can read your moves like a book!
Engaging! Alpha! Engage!
Shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
No chance! Swordblade Alpha!
Going in! Shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Get lost!
Now you'll learn! This one's all mine!
Tiger Blade! Here goes!
Swordblade Alpha!
Tiger Blade!
Blending Flash! Lightning Thrust! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now! Take this! Look at Silver!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Form!
Do it! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
save you! My shield? Try this!
You think that shield will save you?
I see what, eh? Dragon form! We're not finished! Ignore!
Far enough! Do it!
Dragon form!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! Now! Lunar Roundup! Rising Phoenix! You're mine!
This one's mine!
Dragon form! You're mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Now! Lunar Roundup!
Look sharp! Going in! Here goes!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Did I finally get rid of the wall?
To think they would hide it in Lord Dohalim's personal quarters. The nerve of these people.
They won't get away with it for much longer.
That's right. We have to hurry to the Lord's chamber. Let's go.
Gotta break through! Engaging! Now you see what I can do!
This one's
Dragon
mine.
form!
Going in!
It's on!
Look sharp!
Got fire! We're not finished! All yours! Burn it out! Sword Ring Alpha!
That's like astral energy! Full throttle!
No! You're mine! Dragon form!
Piercing roar!
Explosive ring!
Look sharp! One more!
Sword Ring Alpha! Showtime! Dragon form! It's over! Fire in the
Tiger blade! Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Well, well, if it isn't the slaves and the traitor, I don't remember giving you permission to enter the palace.
So it's true. You really are the one behind all this, Kelzelik.
I don't remember giving you permission to speak either. Know your place, slave.
Now we see his true colors.
Yeah, a despicable excuse for a human being. Though really, I guess that makes him pretty ordinary, huh?
Kelzelik, you were Lord Dohalim's most trusted advisor. His closest ally. Why would you betray him?
Don't be a fool! I didn't serve him because I wanted to. I expect a mere slave would know, but there are many powerful contenders for the position of Lord. A contest of strength determines the one who will be Lord and undisputed ruler of a realm. There is no choice in the selection. If my master had any ambitions of becoming the Sovereign, I would have gladly served him.
But he had no intention of fighting for the crown.
Indeed. Can you slaves even imagine how that looked to the rest of us? Enduring the whims of an ambitionless lord, all we could do was wait for the end as we suffered through our humiliation.
You want suffering? Try being Danon for a day.
So you plotted against Lord Dohalim in secret. And when my brother found out...
And I would do it all again if it meant returning Menancia to its rightful state! A realm where Danons are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Enough! Who are you to decide what is natural or rightful, traitor? Miguel. My brother. He dreamed of building a world free of suffering. He gave his life for that dream. And all you've managed to build is a lake of death! You killed my brother! And now you'll die for it! My brother's dead! Because of you!
Why should I concern myself with the passing of one pathetic slave?
Have you no shame? Far enough!
It can hide itself?
This one's
Amazing!
Dragon Form!
Aim for the weak spot! Here I come! You're finished! I'll smash you! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Form! You're mine! Not today!
You're on!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try it!
Meteor! In here!
Blending Blast!
Where are you going?
Dragon Form!
Take this!
Explosive Ring!
Here's another!
It vanished again?
Listen carefully and keep your eyes peeled.
Dragon Form!
Here we go!
Explosive Ring!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
It's weakened!
Try this! This ends now! Blending Blast!
Here's evil!
Carve through armor!
Time to shine!
Try this!
Here comes!
Explosive Ring!
Lightning attack! Tiger blade! Water! Hear my call! Far enough!
This one's all mine! Their arms were interrupted! Dragon Form!
Piercing roar!
You're mine! Dragon Form!
Tiger blade!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Go get lightning
It's
blade!
over.
Meteor!
I owe you one.
Go
Take
in!
this!
Here's evil!
Thanks!
Tiger blade! Lightning condemned!
Blending Blast! Burn in hell! My turn! Sword Blade Alpha! Try this!
Tiger
I
Blade!
can carve through
Make it
armor!
rain!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Rain
Take
Point!
this!
Pierce Eagle!
Lunar Laurel! Rising Phoenix!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! Here's a healing art!
Sword Blade Alpha! Try this! Sending flash! Here I come! You'll fit it!
Far enough!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
More where that came from!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Here's the Eagle! One more!
This should do it!
Tiger Blade!
Here, let me contest!
Where are you going?
Thunder Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a
Sword
healing
Blade Alpha! This one's all mine!
Lightning contest!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Not today! Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine! One more!
Sword
Healing
of
Circle!
the Ring!
I owe you one back!
Here's my call!
Crush!
Rage!
You're finished!
Fury!
Take this!
Hear my baby! This one's mine!
Crush! Dragon Swarm!
I'll heal you all!
Explosive Ring!
Healing Circle!
I owe you one for that!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for!
Sleep
Get
well.
behind it!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Dragon Swarm!
Magic is perfect move! In here!
Tiger Blade!
Try harder!
Magic is there! Tidal wave!
This one's mine! This one's mine!
Astral Art?
That's my shield!
Sword Blade Alpha! Shut him down! Blending Flash! Take this! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
One more! Tiger Blade!
Here's a healing art!
I don't have much left!
Lightning contest!
Far enough!
It's gonna attack!
Right, what's out?
Here, let me help!
In here!
Try harder! My turn!
Appreciate the help!
Blue
Tiger
escape!
Blade!
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out.
I miss all the fun.
Eat
No
this!
way.
Hold nothing back! This should do it! I can carve through armor!
I'm only getting
Blue
started!
escape! Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call!
Going in.
Here it goes!
Tiger Blade!
Freeze laser! Raging cascade!
Tiger Blade!
Leave now!
Sword Blade Alpha!
Hear my call! Feel! I'll be saving this one! Raging cascade!
You have to hold on. This one's mine. Glacial Spear. Here.
This should do it! Eat this! Now you see what I can do!
I'll bring you
Here
back
I
from
come.
death to death. Primed and ready.
I have to train harder. Tiger Blade. This one's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Dragon Swarm! Here I come!
Will this help? On guard.
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge.
Dragon Swarm!
Shion, go for it. Prepare to crumble.
You filthy slaves are despicable!
Your dreams of attaining lordship are no more. Give up, Kelzelik.
Attaining lordship? Ridiculous. Only those who possess a master core can become a lord. What, did you think just anyone could do it?
But then, what were you trying to accomplish with this? Didn't you betray your lord?
Yes, that's true. However, there are other lords.
Other lords? So you mean...
At last, the truth is revealed.
Dohalim, where have you been this whole time?
Cleaning up. Kelzelik, you've made your last of these.
The Fruit of Helgen?
It can't be. You found my production facility?
Correct. And I tore it down. But something still troubles me. It's clear that this is no ordinary fruit. Nor was the equipment used to grow it. You couldn't have done all this without outside assistance. Indeed. Something like this must have come from another realm. Tsar, perhaps?
You actually expect me to talk now? At this point, the contest for the crown will be over soon enough. And you will finally receive the punishment you deserve for your weakness.
I've already received my punishment. May this be my final act, as the Lord of Elder Menencia. Go. To Mahak Sar, Ganeth Haros, wherever you think you'll find a suitable lord.
Are you all right with this? He killed your brother after all.
He did. But then I thought, he's nothing more than one common, ordinary Renin. He's not worthy of my time or my anger, right?
So after everything, was the dream of coexisting just a dream?
What is that?
Those are the cheers of the brave Danans who overpowered Kelzelik's forces.
Wait, they challenged the Renans?
Indeed. A militia made up of Danan guardsmen, Renan supporters, and of course, the Gold Dust Cats.
Do we have you to thank for bringing them all together?
Regardless of what your original motivations were, your dream of coexistence saved countless lives. And now, those people out there are fighting to keep that dream alive. That's something real.
Be that as it may, they do so now by their own hands. These people no longer need any lord.
Where are you going?
To put an end to the crown contest. So long as its madness persists, peace will remain ever out of reach. I cannot allow it to continue.
The crown contest impacts far more than just the Danans. You're choosing to fight Lenegis and the entire Empire.
I am well aware. However, if I wish to keep this dream from dying, then I have little choice in the matter. Besides, it's the least I can do.
So, you're gonna go out there and make that dream real on your own?
You may be decided on your path, but that doesn't make it any less difficult.
Why not walk that road with us?
Pardon?
You heard me. We're fighting to liberate the Danans. You're fighting for the people of this realm. I'd say we're on the same path, really. It would only make sense for us to walk it together.
Danan dissidents, side by side with a Renan lord? Not the least intriguing invitation I've received. An invitation which would only be proper courtesy for me to accept.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hey, where'd Kisara go? I don't see her anywhere.
Maybe she just needed some time alone. A lot's happened.
That makes sense. She did just lose her brother after all.
We ought to keep moving as well. So long as there are lords who draw breath, we have a mission to complete. Kisara's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. We should hurry on ahead to our next destination.
I guess you're right. And it is a lot safer here than it was. What do you think, Dohalim?
I am not sure I have the right to say anything as far as Kisara is concerned.
Fair enough. Well, I, for one, would like to say goodbye if we get a chance. Let's keep an eye out for her as we leave.
What's Kisara going to do now?
I'm sure it's complicated for her.
We've reached our destination.
Have you guys checked your... equipment lately?
I'd like to check their wares if you... don't mind.
We've reached our destination.
Where did Kisara run off to?
You don't think she took off after Kelzelik, do you?
No. Nagal entrusted her with his dream. She wouldn't do something reckless like that. Right now, I think she just needs time to think. What she does from here on out is up to her. She has to be the one to decide.
We've reached our destination.
You all arrived here from Cislodia, yes? In that case, you should depart via the south gate, rather than the one you arrived through.
Okay!
Got it.
Just great. Well...
All right!
What are you gonna use the prize money for?
What else? Eating until my stomach bursts.
That sounds right up Shion's alley.
After all that, Kisara never came back to see us.
I'm surprised she slipped away without us noticing. Where would she even go? I hope this place survives. You think the Danins and Renins have a chance of getting along? We didn't really do much to change things around here, did we?
This realm had its own walls to overcome. And in the end, it was the people themselves who decided to break them down, without any help from us. I hope they keep going. I really do.
Yeah, well, if you say so, I guess. Huh?
All right. I leave command of the Gold Dust Cats in your hands.
You've got nothing to worry about, Kisara. I'll do your brother proud.
Looks like it's time to go. Take good care of Zare for me. All right, Legil?
You've got it. Stay safe, Kisara.
Did you come to say goodbye?
Actually, I was wondering if you could use another companion.
Huh?
Well, we certainly don't mind you coming along. We just figured you'd stay behind and help rebuild. These people could use you.
I thought much the same thing. However, in the end, something changed my mind. Ever since Miguel died, I've been thinking a lot. About where I went wrong, what I should have done differently. You know, that sort of thing. It's true that our dream of coexistence saved many Danan lives, but we were naive and short-sighted. I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us. I thought we had been given a utopia. And so I never bothered to look too far past its surface. I chose to be ignorant. And because of that, because of me, my brother...
Miguel's death wasn't your fault, Kisara.
Perhaps you're right. But in the end, it was me he entrusted this dream to. I learned that nothing in this life is free, or gained without sacrifice. Now that I know that, I'll just have to figure out what else I don't know.
So, decided to join us?
I have. And hopefully I can continue to protect Eldaman and Sia from outside the dream world, for the sake of those still inside.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
In all honesty, I'm grateful to you. I truly am. I don't blame you for what happened. But I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me, not just for those who used to believe in your dream, but for those that still do. Dohalim.
I understand. I'm no longer a lord anyway.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for Mahag Sar, the Valley of the Four Winds.
I'm amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Elderman and Sea Guard. So, in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzelik even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renin than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense. Enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renin hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Danans and Renins wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shion?
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Have you guys checked your... lately?
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah.
Right.
Excuse me!
Well... Really?
Good.
What the? Seriously?
All right.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well?
You okay?
Yeah!
Okay.
Huh?
Here we go! Looks like we made it here in one piece.
What's that huge Zoogle over there?
Stay far away from that thing, Rinwell.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Here I go! I'm only getting started! Sleep now! Flaming meteor! Let's get you out of the way!
Aim for the weak point!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on the good side.
Not today! Let me see what I can do! Dragon form! Explosive ring!
In here!
Sword ring alpha!
This one! Here's first aid!
You're mine! Sword ring alpha!
I'm only getting started! Get into the wind! Here's a healing art! Feel!
Not like this! You'll pay for that!
Hear me! Flame of Saturn!
Take this!
Alright!
Sword ring alpha!
Pieces! Attack!
That one up.
Guess I have to use this over.
Sword ring alpha! Take this! Try harder! My turn!
Thanks, Shion.
Sword ring alpha! I'll smash you!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
This one's mine.
Okay, here I go.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Eat this! Sword Rain Alpha! You're mine!
Lightning meteor!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Raging Cascade!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
One more.
Dance in the wind!
Lightning meteor!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Appreciate the help. And just like that, I'm backing.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
You're mine! You're finished! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon
This
Swarm!
one's mine.
I'll be saving this
Here's Sword Rain Alpha! Try harder! Not a chance!
Here I go! I can do it all day!
Not today!
Here's
Sword Rain Alpha! You're mine!
I never miss!
Sword Rain Alpha! Get out of this!
Their arcs were interrupted. Armor won't save you. Far enough.
You're finished!
You're mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm only getting started!
This one's all mine!
In here!
There!
Mine! This'll come in
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! It's over! Here I come!
Lightning condensed! That can't be happening!
Come on. You have to hold on.
Sword Rain Alpha! Can't move! You require a hand.
Healing
I'm gonna need more than this.
Go water! Here's my blood!
This one's mine.
Ready and ready!
Piercing.
I'll smash you!
Knock it into next week.
Sword Rain Alpha! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! It's on! You picked the wrong fight! Sword Rain Alpha! Brendan, Slugger!
One more.
No further! Try harder! Sword Rain Alpha!
Now, I never miss!
You're mine!
Now!
Gonna need more.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I can handle it!
Crush! Sword Rain Alpha!
Tiger Blade! The enemy is going all out!
That's it.
Thunder Blade!
Far enough.
One more time!
This one's mine. This one's
That
mine.
move! Look here!
Here comes the big run!
Here's my call!
All mine!
Blood!
Now,
As this
you're
with
my
my
own
own hand! Raging Cascade! First aid! Water!
Sword Rain Alpha!
All day!
Take this!
Blood!
Eat this! Stay away from my friend! Here I come!
Guess I have to use it sometime.
Raging Fire! Coming through!
Here I come!
You are out the way!
Water.
Here I go!
Going in.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Dance in the wind!
Piercing.
Let's get you off the way!
This one's mine.
Sword Rain Alpha! You're mine!
Let the guard down.
Can't get here!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Lightning condemned! I can do this all day!
In a vine?
Dance in the wind!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Now, here's
See
evil!
what I can do!
The enemy is going all out! Freeze Lancer!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! Banana, let's go! I'm only getting started.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I never miss!
Resonate with the
wall! Healing circle!
Now I can let loose!
Here I
Strike! Burn! Resonate with the Not now! Not ever! Take this! You're finished!
Did you just heal me?
I made you, remember?
Right.
In here! Freeze Lancer!
I can carve through walls to deity! Sword Rain Alpha! Not your mind! Tornado Drive! The fluidity of your move simply...
Seal!
This should do it!
Get on in there with the
Here I
others!
come!
You require... You're helping me become a path.
It's
for the good of all of us.
What is it now?
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm only getting
Ready and ready! Elusive deity in a vine!
Here goes Raging Cascade! Sleep now.
This one's all mine!
This'll come handy! Dance in the wind!
Does it hurt?
You're mine! Lightning
Everlasting
condemned!
You're mine! Burn!
Too much to handle?
Glacial
Spear! This one's mine!
Amazing.
This one's mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear! Here's the
Harder!
curve!
Not
This one is almost in the bag!
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best! Here I go!
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Here's evil! Raging Freeze Lancer!
Everlasting dark.
It's about to strike! Hear my call!
Look sharp, everyone!
Glacial Raging Here's evil!
Leave the charges to me. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down!
Can't get out of this.
Get you out
This
of
time. Sword Rain Alpha! Burn it! I'll take you! Take this! It's over! Elusive deity! Dragon shattering! Willing I'll smash you!
Get on in there with the others! Freeze Lancer! Sleep now!
Now I can let loose!
More for the powder! Hear my call!
Sword Rain Alpha! Devastation!
Glacial Warrior! Hear evil!
Lightning Thrust! Devastation! Can you take it? Further.
Hear my call! Here goes! Spread! One last one! I'll bring you back from death!
It's over!
Resuscitation!
Over?
Ready and ready! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
I can carve through walls!
Freeze Lancer!
Can you
In
cook
here!
it?
I'll bring you back from death!
Such unadulterated fury.
Resuscitation! I never miss! Too much to handle?
I owe you one.
Here I come! Seal! Flamer's fury!
Dragon Form!
Roaring Cascade! Spread!
Resonate with the earth!
Sleep now!
Stalagmite!
I'll be saving this one! One more!
Sword Rain Alpha! Can you take it? I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Okay.
We finally made it.
Did we really just spend that much money? This looks perfect. Guaranteed.
We've reached our destination.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little Hello.
Huh.
Huh?
Kisara.
Right.
You can tell it's tough just looking at it.
Yeah, it'd probably mess us up good.
Get lost!
Dance in the wind! Wait now.
It's time!
I'll take out the lake with my shield. This one's mine!
Soaring Alpha! The flashing hurts their weak point.
Tiger Blade!
There you go! Don't let up!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Going in!
Splendid Flash!
I'll stop its chunk!
Thanks, Kisara!
Sword Rain Alpha! Take this! Strike! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Now you see what I can do!
I can't move!
Come on! You have to hold on! Appreciate the help! One more! Tiger Blade! Lion Howl!
Not done yet!
Raging
This one is mine!
Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon
Tiger
Force!
Blade!
Explosive Ray!
burning thrust!
No further!
Water, hear my call!
Piercing roar!
Raging, here's evil!
Sword Rain Alpha!
This one is
Dragon
mine!
Force!
I never miss!
Tiger Blade!
Ignite!
Anything normal! Come on!
Right there!
Dragon
I'm
Force!
only getting started!
Try this!
This one's mine! Crescent Moon!
In here! Healing circle!
It's over! Try harder! Not again!
Nothing gets
Now I
by
can
me!
let loose!
Water, hear my call!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Burning! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Far enough!
Got it!
Will this help?
Now my chance!
One more!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Splendid Flash!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil!
Now you see what I can do! Look sharp!
Laser! Raging
Will this help?
Feel!
Look
You're
sharp!
mine!
Tiger Blade!
Hey now! I'm only getting started!
Time to
Thunder
shine!
Blade! Hear me!
Sword
Flame of
Rain Alpha!
fury!
This one's all mine!
Burning! Crescent Moon!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Don't get it! Raging cascade!
Okay! Eat this! Sword Rain Alpha! Now I can let loose!
Tiger Blade! Denied! Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Tiger Blade! Radiant Howl!
Hear my call!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear! This one's mine! Take this! Tiger Blade! This one's mine!
I can carve through armor!
Sleep now!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil!
Here I come! Rain Alpha!
I'll be saving this one!
Here it comes on!
No further! It's over!
Tiger Blade!
Get you off
It looks like we made a mess!
Alright! Freeze laser! In here!
Will this help?
Let's get you all tucked away!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Denied!
There! Get on in there with
Time to let it rip!
Crossblade!
One more! Let me help! Going
I owe you one.
Captured!
Move escape! Ignite! You paid for that!
A new leaf on life! This one's mine!
Shattering the
Attack time!
Dance in the wind! I'm just getting started!
Here, let
Let's
me
go!
help!
Here I come!
First aid! Warrior Now,
Sword Rain Alpha!
let's get you all tucked away!
Did you just heal me?
Yes, I need you, remember?
Here! Tiger Blade! More stockpile!
Piercing
Raging
roar!
storm! Alright! This one's mine!
On guard! Look sharp! One more!
Raging storm!
Tiger Blade!
Strong fight! Dragon Swarm!
The enemy's on the run. We've got him where we want him. It's time to end this battle.
Okay, here I go.
Tiger Blade! Spread! The enemy is going all out! Freeze Lancer! Here I go! You're mine! It's about to strike! Ready and
Look sharp, everyone! Try harder!
Leave the charges to me! One more! Glacial Spear! Armor won't save you! Raging Lancer! In here! I'll heal you all! This'll come in handy! Healing Circle!
Denied!
Bullseye! Dance in the wind!
go!
We're only getting started! More for the Tiger Blade!
It's over.
Appreciate the help.
Raging hit! I'll bring you back from death to this!
I don't have much left.
Glacial Spear! It's a raging cascade!
Shattering of
Here's the
pieces!
healing arm.
Attack time!
Dance in the wind!
Stay away from my friend!
I can't lose! Burning strike! Water, hear my call! Spread! Glacial Spear, here's evil! Free! Lancer!
That did it!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha!
I've still got
This one's all mine!
healing circle!
Not today! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I won't rest until I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle is a part of your everyday.
You guys want to rest here?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? This realm doesn't seem like such a bad place to camp in.
Yeah, there's lots of plants and wildlife here.
I know, and it all looks friggin' delicious too!
Who said anything about eating them?
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. Now, it's just a part of my routine.
Your brother always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives, so it was just the two of us growing up. He was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman, Lagiel wasn't too pleased to see me at first. It was Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
Lagiel? Oh, right. She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust Cats, wasn't she?
That's right. She's always been a very critical and down-to-earth person. In other words, the complete opposite of a dreamer like me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even so, that's my brother's doing. He'd never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
He wasn't just kind either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else around him. He was a true big brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep, he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him. You know what? I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
I'm ready for the next battle. Hi, Hoodle. Here's evil. This one's mine. Breeze Lancer.
Far enough!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Lightning meteor!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
My turn! Tiger Blade! Escape! Devastation! Rising Phoenix! Dragon Swarm!
Burning Strike! Well, looky here.
I won't forgive you!
Dragon Swarm!
Burning Spear! Pierce evil!
Take this! Come one, come all! You picked the wrong doom! Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
Here I come!
Here, let me help.
Finish! Can't get out of this!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
You escape!
Tiger Blade!
We've turned the tables on it.
There's still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
more defensively minded. Defense via threat elimination. So the best defense is a good offense.
You picked the wrong fight!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon War!
Tiger
My head's spinning just watching you.
Hey, now see that you don't get in trouble again.
You require a hand.
You're mine! No further!
Where are you going? Going weakened!
This ends now! Dragon Blade!
Save you! Knock it into next week!
Take it!
Leave the enemy's arts to me.
No complaints here!
Too much
Sword Rain
damage.
Alpha! Eat this!
Tiger Blade!
Don't let up.
Dragon Sword!
Going far enough! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Raging Gate!
Look shot! Water! Here I come!
You're mine!
Tiger
Sword
Blade!
Rain Alpha! I'll smash you! You're finished!
Piercing Rain!
Take this!
Freeze Lancer!
Dragon Form!
Going in! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Take it! Sword Rain Alpha!
Look shot!
Arc
Glacial
shield.
Spear!
Not in your dreams.
Tiger
You're
Blade!
mine!
In the sky!
You're finished!
Crescent Moon!
Up and at 'em. Let's
Dragon
go.
Form! Ignite!
Going now! Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Here I go! Piercing Rain!
Rising Sun! Dragon Form!
Burning Thrust! Tiger Blade! Hear my call! Look shot! Radiant Spear! Pierce evil! Tiger Blade!
Now, really!
Take it down.
I can carve through armor!
Raging Cascade.
I never miss! Come on! Knock it into next week! This one's Pierce evil! Seal! This one's mine!
Bring it on.
This one's mine! I'm gone! Here!
Look shot.
Hey! Coming through! Tiger Blade! Here comes!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Water! Here my call!
I'm not done!
Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Tiger Blade! Crescent Moon! Tiger Blade!
It's over!
Healing Circle!
Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine! Take this!
Did you just hear me? Yes. I need you, remember?
Hear my call! Look shot! Tiger Blade! Glacial Spear!
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky.
Right. Still anyone's fight. You're mine!
Glacial Spear!
This'll come in handy.
Sword Rain Alpha!
This one's mine! Tiger Blade! Lightning Power!
Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now.
Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! I'll smash you! You're mine! Sword Rain! Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Well, I'm impressed.
Eat this!
Frozen.
Hammer! I've still got a ways to go.
We've reached our destination.
Okay.
Seriously?
What the?
How's this?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey! We finally made it.
That's far enough! Dragon form!
Spear. Here's the evil.
Stop! Come one, come all!
Let me help.
Sword Rain Alpha!
First aid. Going in.
Sword Rain Alpha! Blended
Do it.
My turn!
Sight. Thunderblade.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Blended Blast!
I'll be saving this one. Water.
Dragon
Make your way.
form!
Kizara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it? Raging storm.
Not by a lot.
Hey, do it. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action!
Here I go.
Now!
Make your
Could have been worse.
Let's dispose of the trash. Going in.
The earth throbs in pain.
Hit one now. I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kitara. Hit one now.
My turn! I'm not done!
Could have been worse.
We should be able to cook here.
Want something to munch on, Hoodle? I'll see you again tomorrow. Well, off we go.
Right, here goes! Come and face this! You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Blended Blast! Devastation! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Take this!
Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Certainly not bad.
No complaints here.
That's no ordinary stray there.
We'd best stay out of its way for now.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon Form! Not today!
Time to shine!
Here I
Great, mind if I do?
Dragon Form!
Going in.
Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Tiger Blade. Hit for the weak point.
The enemy
Right
here
there. I
are
got it.
We'll soon see about that.
All back in the fastest!
Glad you got your use of it.
I think we can get through this. Who said anything about letting up?
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! That's what happens when I go all out.
Hoodle's proud of you too.
Wait, you can understand him?
No choice!
I never miss. Thunderblast!
Dragon Form!
Glacial
Try
Spear.
this!
Here's the evil.
Damn it!
Looking fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
So those are Dan and Astral.
Something you want to say?
Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
Once a human.
To stop you dying?
Right.
Burn in hell!
In here.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
There with the others.
Blended Blast! Dragon Form!
Prepare to be sealed, oh. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk even more to it.
Try this! Blended Blast! Dragon Form!
Nothing gets by me.
one's all mine! Not today! Take this! Explosive ring! No further! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Healing circle! Dance in the room!
Too much!
In here! Here I go!
Hey, see that you don't get in trouble again.
I'll play with the handle!
Shion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Dance in the wind! From death to
Going
bed.
in!
Sleep now!
On guard!
I'll just take this one!
Tiger Blade!
Raging storm!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Now you see what I can do!
Flaming meteor!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Glacial spear!
That's evil!
On guard!
They're not playing around!
Tiger Blade! Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Take this!
Tiger
In a
Blade!
bind!
Will this happen?
This one's mine!
Healing circle!
Hey,
Try harder! Not a chance!
Water! Hear my call!
Far enough!
Explosive ring! This one's all mine!
Switch
Now! Sword Rain Alpha! You picked the wrong... Anything in armor is all mine! Escape!
I'm the
Sword
shot!
Rain Alpha!
Did you just heal me?
I need you, remember?
Right.
Take this! Try harder! Not a chance! Here I come!
Raging cascade!
This one's mine! This one's... I let my guard down.
Stay away from my friend! Prepare to be sealed!
The enemy is going all out!
Armor won't save you!
That move!
Here comes a big one!
Train harder. Water, hear my call!
No further!
Laser spear!
You're finished!
Flaming meteor! Their arcs were interrupted. This one's
You're
mine!
mine! This time!
Thanks, Shion.
You picked the wrong fight!
Water,
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Look shot!
Lightning Blast!
Going in!
Freeze Lancer!
You won't get away with that! The enemy's on the road!
We got him where we want him.
It's time to end this battle!
Try this!
Glacial
Lightning
spear!
Blast!
Let them mark! This one's mine!
Try this!
Over! Come on! You have to hold on!
Armor won't save you!
Here's a healing arc! I can't hold on much longer! The enemy is going all out! Dance in the wind!
Try harder!
Seal! Get on it! It's about to strike!
You look sharp, everyone!
Deny!
Try harder! Not a chance! Sword Rain Alpha!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Going in!
In a bind! Sword Rain Alpha!
Tiger Blade!
Lightning Blast!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
You finally made it.
We've reached our destination.
Good.
Really now.
there's someone in trouble here.
What?
Oh? Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
What?
Got it. Great. I hate that woman.
She was a handful, wasn't she?
What's wrong with being passionate? Not to mention, she was kind of cute.
Of course that's why you like her. Well... yeah. I don't think I'll ever quite warm up to her, but I can respect her passion for books. You've got a good...
That can't be. No.
Oh, wow!
Hey! Ugh.
Uh-huh.
Oh?
Why?
Whoa!
Watch it! Hey! Oh?
Huh? No way.
Hey!
finally made it.
I think Hoodle senses something.
How long has it been since I last went this hungry?
We should be able to cook here.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Okay, off we go.
Mahag Sar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms that I've visited now.
I wonder what kind of lord we're gonna find there.
It doesn't matter. They try to get in our way. We'll take them down and that'll be that.
No choice. Swirling Alpha!
This one's mine! Take that!
Blending Flash!
Get on in there with the other.
Be still!
Perfect power!
Alright, it's showtime!
Here I come! It's on! Nicely done, Xion.
You're flat! Make it right up!
Frozen?
Hammer! Now that's what I call ice!
Together, I knew we could do it.
What's this thing?
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Not today! Take this! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! I'll take you all off!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Ready to go! Tempest? I got it! Healing circle! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Hear my call!
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha!
We won that by a mile.
Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo!
Look, Hoodle. One of your buddies.
forcing us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it!
Well,
I'll leave
we're
it
on
to
the
you.
home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
I owe you one.
Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
Rongo! Rising Phoenix! Dragon Swarm!
Now! It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Certainly not bad.
No complaints here.
A fish! You saw it too, right?
I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Renin eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done. Where should I cast my line? Hup. Looks like I lost it. Yeah! I've got something. I'll let you go this time. And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us.
Okay!
I'm always amazed what healing arts can do.
Just doing my job. No need to thank me.
Judging by the stat... Hey. Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it.